Okay, I would,
He's just-
doesn't look, it's gotten away from me. Okay, I would like to call to order the 728th regular meeting of the Yosemite Community College District Board of Trustees on Wednesday, November 12th, 2025 at 3 o'clock. We will not be, at this point, we will not be doing Zoom. So the first thing is to call to order, which I've done. The next is the agenda. Establishment of quorum, please.
For the record, student trustee Gutierrez is unable to attend. Trustee Aguilar?
Here.
Trustee Beggs?
Here.
Trustee Davis? Trustee Garrett?
Here.
Trustee Hinton is absent. Vice President Nicolau is unable to attend. She is out ill. And Board President Richards?
Here.
Quorum is established.
Thank you. We will not have telecommunication. So moving on, statements of conflict. Looking left, right, not saying any. Are there any public comments before the board starts?
There is one from Optimism One.
Hi. Good afternoon, Chancellor Tran, President Richards, and the Board of Trustees. Grateful for the opportunity to talk to you today. My main focus is stipends, particularly when it comes to coaches who work in the postseason. But first, a brief anecdote that will help to make my point. In 1984, I got my first tax-paying job. I was 14 years old, and my father hired me to work that summer as a car detailer at El Cajon Nissan, where he was the general manager. Minimum wage in California at the time was $3.35 an hour, but my dad found some fine legal print that allowed him to pay me $2.65 an hour because I was under 16. To be clear, this is not about me being exploited by my father. My point is that making $2.65 an hour 41 years ago is more than our coaches make when they bring their teams to the postseason. Exceeding their pay is not difficult, though, because they don't make a dime. That's right. They work their entire 16-week contract, and when they go into the 17th week, 18th week, 19th week, they are expected to donate their time for multiple hours-long practices, analyses of film, and then coaching the actual playoff games, often on the weekends. Yes, our head coaches get a coaching stipend. But Appendix A3 in our contract states, the above athletic coaching stipends come with the expectation that athletic coaches will meet the annual minimum contest meet dates as outlined by the California Community College Athletic Association Constitution and bylaws. That is, they could get shut out of every single game of the season and still earn the same paycheck they earn if they go to the playoffs. Meanwhile, all manner of stipends cross my desk for which faculty are paid their part-time overload rate for every single hour they work. Yet, we can't see fit to compensate these hardworking coaches who are not only putting in tons of extra hours, but who are bringing so much good attention to our colleges, making our chests swell with pride while positioning our student athletes to land at competitive schools and continue their student athlete journeys. It's embarrassing, isn't it? I mean, how can we be proud of teams who are doing so well while avoiding eye contact with the very people who led those teams to excellence? So what's the solution? YFA has written an MOU that codifies a reasonable, though non-precedent setting agreement. And I'd be happy to sign that today. But as with so many stipend agreements for extra contractual work, we can come to terms in an email exchange between the district and YFA. And so I'm appealing to your good consciences, your sense of what's good and right, and dare I say fair. I'm asking you to use your influence to help fix this simple problem now instead of at the negotiations table. Our coaches, after all, have gone above and beyond without any post-season compensation for far too long. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment?
Lisa Shutt. I have two speaker request forms for her. One, I believe, is classified professional introductions. And then she has a request, a second request for a reading of a classified letter.
Hi,
Welcome.
good afternoon.
Thank you.
How is everybody today? I mean, I just
Pretty
like
good.
got
Nice to
here,
see you.
Hopped up the hill. Included in my last 6 public comments, a total of 71 classified professionals have proudly introduced themselves and shared the number of years they've been employed at YCCD. I'm happy to announce those 71 individuals have accumulated a total of 858 years working for the district. And as previously stated, that does not include any years worked as students or contract employees. That's 858 years of service accumulated by 71 people. Wow, it's pretty amazing. So this makes me very excited to be here at Columbia today. It is the perfect opportunity for those classified professionals not able to make it down to Modesto to continue this presentation. And if you'll allow me, I'd like to invite them to approach and do so now. So I know 3 o'clock is a smaller number of people usually, but if anyone is here that would like to introduce themselves. Daisy? I'm volunteering somebody. Share your name and your department and how many years you've been here.
Hi, my name is Daisy Carter. I currently work as the interim executive assistant for the president's office at Columbia College, but I'm also the senior administrative secretary for the School of Language Arts and Education over at MJC. Oh, and I've been here, I'm sorry. I've been here 13 years with YCCD.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that's it for my public comment. But I also want to thank Daisy for her service and happy Veterans Day yesterday.
Very good. Thank you. Is there anyone else?
So I was asked to read a letter.
No, we're not gonna let you. No, I'm just kidding.
So if I could start my time, there you are. That's Ellen. So this person, I don't know who it's from. It's signed CSCA classified professional, so I apologize for that. Good evening, Board of Trustees. As I listen to the stories of my classified professional colleagues, there is one narrative I haven't heard as often: the classified professionals who support faculty. You see, the district depends heavily on classified professionals for curricular development processes. Though faculty hold discussions and make decisions, it is classified professionals behind the scenes who make things happen. Tracking and uploading data, proofreading course outlines, interpreting business rules, submitting to outside reviewing bodies, researching, advising, analyzing, all to ensure courses satisfy standards or transfers in the manner faculty intend. We carefully walk the 10+1 line to stay within our purview, but we often work alongside faculty to see curricular processes through to completion. Without this trust and collaboration between classified professionals and faculty, the district's response to the AB 928 and AB 1111 legislative mandates would have been near impossible within the given timelines. The YCCD needs classified professionals just as much as it needs faculty, leadership, administration, students, and community partners. We are intricately woven together in a tapestry of roles and responsibilities to operate the district effectively. And it cannot continue without the shared knowledge and care that each group brings to the table. So I ask you to reflect on the message you want to send. What does it say when faculty salaries are increased, yet the voices of classified professionals are overlooked, especially when classified professionals make it possible for faculty to do the very work that lead to their salary raises? This disparity makes it seem that some contributions to the district are recognized and valued while others are not. At the State of the District address, I listened to Interim Chancellor Lena Tran's vision for strong foundations and a bold future. But I ask, how can we build strong foundations and a bold future when some representative groups feel their concerns are disregarded or negotiations are not being honored? We champion equity for our students and tell our community everyone is welcome, but many in our district feel as though we don't practice what we preach. I am asking the Board of Trustees to lead by fostering trust, transparency, and genuine collaboration between YCCD. Only then can we build the bold future that our students deserve. I love this district. As a student, MJC empowered me to pursue new opportunities and transfer to a UC. As an employee, I've gained deep appreciation for the labor of love it requires to guide students towards degree completion and a successful transfer. I want future generations to benefit from YCCD the way I and so many others have. But first, we must ensure that our woven tapestry of roles and responsibilities doesn't become unraveled. Thank you. Sincerely, a CSEA classified professional.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
No.
Okay, I'll close public participation. Madam Stenographer, we have a closed session.
The board at this time will retreat to closed session to discuss items 3.1 through 3.5 on the closed session agenda. And the board will adjourn at 3:12 p.m.
Thank you. Very well. Okay, I want to get started. So we're starting at 5:20 because we have an item we have to deal with on a special meeting. So I want to call to order the 727th regular meeting, special meeting of the Yosemite Community College Board of Trustees. We do not have to deal with item 1. We will move to item 2, open session agenda. Please call us to order.
You're calling the meeting to order?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. 2.2? 2.2.
To open session 2.1.
So you called the meeting to order?
I did.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm screwing up and we haven't even started.
You're not.
Okay. Okay, I've called the meeting to order. Pledge of Allegiance. Leslie, would you lead us, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Now we'll have 2.3, the roll call establishment of quorum.
Student trustee Gutierrez, trustee Aguilar, trustee Beggs,
Present.
trustee Davis, trustee Garrett.
Here.
For the record, trustee Hinton and trustee Nicolau are absent, and board president Richards.
Here.
Quorum is established.
Okay, we will skip item 2.4. We'll move on to 2.5. Any statements of conflict? Looking left, looking right, not seeing any. Okay, so we do have an action item. And it's the 3.1 Columbia College proposed curriculum changes. President Red Wing, are you leading us through this or a member of your team? Please.
If I may, it's a standard item that is usually on the regular agenda,
Okay,
but because it came in after the agenda was published,
thank you.
that's why it's
Special
coming
meeting.
to you in a special meeting. So
My
that,
motion will reflect that the Board of Trustees approves of curriculum additions, deletions, and modifications as indicated on the proposed curriculum changes for the report period 9/9/2025 to 10/7/2025, attached to this November 2012-2025 special meeting agenda.
Do I have a second? Any further discussion?
Can we get an advisory vote from the?
Well, first I was getting, if there's any further discussion,
Oh,
doesn't
I'm
appear to
sorry.
be. Advisory vote, please.
Aye.
Please, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
thank you.
Okay, the next meeting of the Board of Trustees will be held in 5 minutes. Thank you. Okay, now we'll move over to the,
If
yes,
If I may, and pardon me
Please
because I
do.
don't have my glasses. So on these microphones, you need to press a button for green in order to be heard. So
thank you.
thank you.
Okay, so 4.1, we're going to call the meeting to order a little bit early, 5:22. Pledge of Allegiance and Trustee Aguilar. We got to do it again.
Because
No,
they're
now
two
we're-
separate
It's
meetings.
a separate meeting.
Mhm.
See, you thought you had me. I did. At 5:22.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now we had a special
Yes.
meeting, now we got a regular meeting. Okay,
We're very
4.3.
patriotic today.
4.3, establishment of quorum, please.
Student trustee Gutierrez,
Present.
trustee Aguilar, trustee Beggs,
Here.
trustee Davis,
Present.
trustee Garrett.
Here.
For the record, trustee Hinton and vice president Nicolau are absent, and board president Richards.
Yes, I'm here.
Quorum is established.
Okay, we'll skip over 4.4. We do not have a report out of closed session, 4.5. 4.6, looking left, looking right, are there any statements of conflict? 4.7, are there any changes in the order of business? See, yes. do I bring up that we pulled an item here now?
You can pull it at this time. yes.
Okay, what item is it, please?
It is 9.1 presentation Modesto Junior College Student Clubs and 9.2 presentation ASCC Club presentation Fall 2025.
And the reason we're pulling this is the trustee that requested this is unfortunately ill, so we'll have it at the next meeting. However, as we get to public comments, I believe there's someone who wanted to comment about that, so please come up at this time.
So it was, I believe, Joe Manlove. He's in, he's not present. Okay. So we'll,
Okay, then we'll open it up, we'll open the floor for general public comment.
Stephanie Beaver Guzman.
Should you remind you, you have 4 minutes. Please be respectful and love to hear what you have to say.
Good evening, esteemed interim chancellor, members of the board, and colleagues. My name is Dr. Stephanie Beaver Guzman, and I'm here tonight to share comments of gratitude and offering public recognition for the hard work of my colleagues. In one of my roles at Columbia College, I am a curriculum co-chair. I'm not sure if you're aware of the volume of curriculum work that is hitting our California community college system and our campuses at MJC and Columbia. But we're in a historical time. The last year and a half, the workload is truly unprecedented. And I would like to publicly acknowledge the work of our faculty, our curriculum committee, all of the work, and particularly our classified colleagues who keep the ship running. The curriculum work is often not really front and center, it's behind the scenes. It ends up in the board report that you just approved in the last meeting as a line item, but it is what makes our college a college. It is vital and important. The curriculum and articulation work is truly what we offer our students. And so I'd like to publicly recognize Alyssa Creighton particularly as our classified analyst here at Columbia College, who not only trains new faculty co-chairs like myself and works one-on-one with faculty, but even new administrators. Because even though we're all expected to know numerous laws and regulations, many of us don't. And so our classified colleagues like her and Heather at MJC usually maintain and house all of this knowledge and pass it on so that we can meet the things that we need to. So we are doing amazing work with incredible workload. And I just want to thank them and all of our faculty members who are contributing to this work and our admin who review this, as well as all the faculty who are putting in hours and hours before it lands on your desk in a line item. It is truly historical what we're doing as systems, and the work is not over. We have incredible waves coming ahead. In my other role this semester, I'm an interim EOPS coordinator and counselor. I'd also like to recognize the incredible efforts that's happening within EOPS at Columbia College. We're incredibly short-staffed. We've had to modify how we deliver our services to an incredibly vulnerable population. But we have counselors who serve students and classified colleagues, Christina and Tanya, who provide the utmost quality of support and services to every single student who comes to their window and door, and every single counselor who provides the utmost level of services, regardless of how we have to modify. It is through their effort and their support that we're able to maintain the integrity of what EOPS stands for. And so it's not often that these individuals would ever ask for recognition. Alyssa, Tanya, and Christina in particular would probably not like to be publicly recognized, but there's so much good work happening right here on our campus with our faculty and our classified. There's no way that we could get curriculum work or EOPS done without all of the teamwork that's happening. MJC is definitely much bigger than Columbia, and we have different layers of staffing. Columbia is doing an incredible volume of work with a fraction of the workload support to offer those same services. I just want to publicly recognize that integrity and quality of effort that far exceeds the job description and the hours that these individuals put in. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I believe Joe Manlove is here.
Sure.
So I
Didn't you have
don't,
a suit on earlier?
I did not.
Oh, okay. I thought you-
No, I like to seem approachable to my students.
Gotcha.
I'm here with a really light item. We had a lovely student by the name of Luis Ortiz who started a weight training club at our campus. And I just wanted to thank some people who put in some time and effort, or at least listened to us about getting that started and getting access to a weight training facility. The students have been able to get access. So I'm just going to list some names. These are people that the club wanted to thank and people I wanted to thank.
Please.
So we wanted to thank professors Marcus Wisnat, Jesse Ray, and Shannon Van Sant. Marcus let us access the kitchen before we could access the weight room. Students were able to do some meal prep in there. Jesse was helpful with offering us some advice about welding. Shannon is one of the club advisors. I'd like to thank Courtney Sutton and Rory Thompson for their general support of clubs and students as a group. I'd also like to thank Michelle Sandoff, who is kind enough to volunteer to be one of the advisors for the club. That is purely volunteer, as she is classified staff. She's been kind enough to give her experience as a power lifter to help the students be safe and have good form. Dean Joe Carranza was kind enough to listen to us and advocate, well, I think maybe mediate a bit of a dispute. He was lovely with that. I think he was pretty even-handed. Director Saul Guzman and Vice Chancellor Trevor Stewart were instrumental in talking about insurance and liability concerns. Thank you very much, Trevor. And Chad Redwing, our president of the college, was super helpful in kind of greasing wheels and making sure that things happen. And he was kind enough to show up to our first club meeting. So thank you. Much appreciated.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Jacqueline Winjet. Did I say it right?
You got it. Hello, everyone. My name is Jacqueline Winchett, and I'm here on behalf of my peer, Heather Townsend. She is watching remotely. She is at home caring for her son. Dear board members, my name is Heather Townsend, and I am the curriculum analyst at Modesto Junior College. I've been with MJC since 2009. Like many classified employees, I started as a student worker while earning my office administration degree. I then worked on contract half with Academic Senate and half-time with the instruction office before obtaining my full-time classified position in 2013. It was a long journey to get here, and I am deeply grateful for the career I've built here at MJC. As curriculum analyst, I oversee all curriculum that moves through our curriculum committee and manage the post-meeting processes by submitting approved courses and programs to outside agencies for final approval. Once approved, they are entered into our colleague scheduling system and the college catalog. This work is complex and time-intensive, requiring close collaboration with faculty authors to ensure clean, complete submissions. We have a small team of 4 classified professionals in the instruction office who assist with this process, and every one of us play a vital role in helping faculty achieve approval. Each classified member in our office contributes to student success through their dedication, precision, and teamwork. While I often hear classified members share their experiences working directly with students, much of my work also supports students, ensuring they have accurate, up-to-date information in the catalog and that every course and program meets state standards. However, the audience I work most closely with is faculty. Some have even called me the teacher of the teachers. I help faculty understand the curriculum process, craft stronger course descriptions, and anticipate potential issues that could delay approval. I also educate them on ways to ensure faster approval through the State Chancellor's Office and ACCJC, which is the Accrediting Commission for Community and Junior Colleges. While I may not stand at the front of a classroom, I teach every day, just in a different way. Every course outline of record that I help guide becomes the foundation for what is later taught to our students. The work my team and I do literally shapes what learning looks like at MJC. You may feel that faculty deserve greater compensation for their vital role in teaching students, but what about those of us who teach the teachers? Many classified professionals are educators too. We just teach differently. I want the board to recognize that classified professionals play an essential role in education at MJC. Please honor and acknowledge our contributions with the same respect you give to faculty and uphold the Me Too clause. Doing so affirms that this institution values all who educate, whether in the classroom or behind the scenes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Lana Von Epps. Lana Von Epps.
Been a while. Good to see you.
Oh, well, so good to see you. Hello, Board of Trustees. I'm Lana Von Epps. I'm in the math department. And I am not asking for money. So just Trevor already made sure that I wasn't asking for money, but I am asking for some advocacy and a little attention. I want to make sure that you know something important that's going on. So AB 705 and AB 1705, that's the topic here. I'll make sure everybody knows what that's about. There's got some lot of positive things that have come out of those bills, but there have been some unintended negative impact on our most vulnerable population of students. They're coming to college for maybe their second chance or maybe even their first chance at education. So the problem that AB 7 and 1705 was trying to address was having students placed too low and being forced into remedial math classes or English. I'm just going to address the math issue. So the benefits of AB 1705 provided could have been achieved without taking away what other students needed. So years ago at Columbia, way before any AB 1705 came on board, we implemented here at Columbia multiple measures to place students into just the next math class past the one that they've already passed, taking care of considering recency and aptitude, and it was working. Then along came the new law, and this eliminated math classes below transfer level, and additionally seeks to disallow students from taking certain college math classes, such as trig and pre-calculus, and instead just shove everyone right into calculus. So as we predicted, attrition rates in math classes are now the highest I've ever seen. And enrollments in math and STEM courses that rely on math prerequisites, which is all of them, are seeing an impact in their enrollment. So if we were even allowed to offer a non-credit structured algebra course, that would go a long way into fixing the problems that were created by AB 1705. We're not even allowed to do that. So what I'm asking for you to do is to please advocate to state legislators to listen to the math faculty when we're stating the obvious, that not every single student who comes to college is perfectly prepared to succeed in a college math class. Yes, we offer the just-in-time algebra support courses, which means that these students are often taking up to half of their entire course load is just math. That's a big ask. Or yes, we offer support in terms of embedded tutors, math lab, peer tutors, office hours, but all of those things require students to have time on top of their other classes, work, family life, to independently navigate learning a difficult subject. So here's something that you could do. It's kind of a little fun game. Highly recommend. Just ask any community college math teacher what they think of AB 705 and 1705. And I guarantee you, to a person, they will have anecdotes and stories of students that are working hard, but are being asked to climb a ladder where the first rung is above their heads. And if you find a math educator that says, oh, no, it's fine. This is the statistical concept of survivorship bias. The students who would have enrolled in their classes never even made it there. They don't get to see these students that have been negatively impacted. So I ask you to advocate at every opportunity that you can to insist that the state of California legislatures allow community colleges to teach the same lower level math classes that universities are allowed to teach, that we be allowed to respond to the needs of our students. AB 1705 went too far. It's hurting our students. I have asked Kimberly to forward an article to all of you with some more resources on this topic and some more anecdotes. What time do I have?
You're pretty, could you get us as trustees, like a paragraph or two, what you want us specifically to advocate for? I'll read
Yeah.
everything you send me,
Absolutely.
but we do, many of us interact with legislators,
Yeah.
and it'd be nice to say
Overturn AB 1705.
exactly, and why, so you could just
Absolutely.
email me that or get it
Sure.
to the chancellor.
I-
That would be helpful.
Yeah.
I
Go ahead. I'm so sorry.
thank you. I know you're not done yet, but I just want to say thank you for speaking on this, because you can see the data.
Oh, the
It's-
data is
it's-
clear.
It's clear. So is there any way you think that we could game the system and offer some classes in the high schools? Is there any way to do that?
That might work for some students. The students who are returning
Go ahead
to
and give it a
college
little more time, Chris.
would not be allowed to go to the high school to take these courses. But I like how you're trying to think, right? Even if we were allowed to offer a non-credit course, right? Not transfer level course, you don't get any units for it. If we were allowed to offer a non-credit structured course, that would go a long way. But as far as advocating to legislation, it would be a overturning of AB 1705 to focus on placement of students and allow the colleges to teach the courses that their community needs.
Do you know why they passed the bill?
So it was to solve the issue of placement. There was students who would be placed into
I know there's the
pre-algebra.
protocol here, but
In fact, I am an anecdote here. I was a Sonora High School student. I didn't take math my senior year. When I came to Columbia College in the late 90s, I took the placement test, didn't really think about it, and they placed me into pre-algebra, basic math, because I didn't do great on the placement test. That was like standard procedure. It was a test called AccuPlacer that was so bad that we called it InAccuPlacer. And that was part of what Columbia College did. We're like, we're not using this test anymore. It doesn't place students correctly. So it's a placement issue that was solved by saying, take away the classes so that no one can have them.
okay. All right, well, we've heard you and
Thank you.
get us some information, and thank you.
Absolutely. My one last note, I just wanted to thank Rad Chad for being a great president. We appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Next speaker.
Andy Merrill.
Good evening, board.
Welcome.
My name is Andy Merrill. I'm here in quite a few different capacities this evening. Firstly, as a part-time music faculty instructor here, and I hope you all come to our 5th and 6th of December recital at Sonora Auditorium. And if you happen to find a few tens, if not hundreds of mil for a new performing arts center, we've already outgrown our space. So anyways, I'm also here in my capacity as the current vice mayor of the city of Sonora and the current vice chair of the Tuolumne County Transit Council. And I'm here to talk to you about a project that's very near and dear to my heart, and I think that will have incredible knock-on effects for our community if we could see it to the finish line, and that is the Gold Rush Bike Path. If you haven't heard of it, I'll let my colleague here, Andy Carter from TCTC explain, but our overall vision is essentially, and we have funding, and we're in the current final design stages of phase 1 of this plan, which will build the spine of this trail in the heart of the city of Sonora. Very proud of that. So I'm going to let Andy talk about phases 2 and 3, which would hopefully connect Columbia College here to places like Sonora, Jamestown, even as far as Chicken Ranch. I think this is a need. I hear it from my students all the time. getting to campus, it's like you either drive or you take your life into your own hands. So without further ado, I'll let Andy kind of fill you in on the details. Thank you.
Hey, good evening, board. My name is Andy Carter, and I'm with Tuolumne County Transportation Council and Tuolumne County Transit Agency. And like Andy said, we are in the middle of a really exciting project. So, all together, there are 6 phases that we're currently working, coordinating with other partners in the county, the city, the county itself. And that, like Andy said, it will really create a backbone and a spine of active transportation around the county. So these paths will be perfect for folks who like to walk, bicycle. It's really intended for folks to increase mobility. We see it even as an economic driver. It could open up new business opportunities for bike rentals, coffee shops, little parklets, maybe even a place where food trucks can come and park. So our goal really is to, like Andy mentioned, in this phase that we're in now, it's a planning stage. And so each one of the 6 stages is currently being developed and built in terms of, the things that most people really never see. It's those studies that involve CEQA, NEPA, all of those technical 4-letter acronyms that the state makes all of us take a look at. So it's how do we build these amazing trails, and really our goal is to also incorporate public input in all of these. So essentially, this trail will be 14 miles long, and it will run from the Chicken Ranch tribal lands through the town of Sonora, through Jamestown first, of course, through the town of Sonora, and then out here to Columbia. We will be looking at additional phases on top of that, so we can be connecting with the college. We can connect out to the Standard Sports Complex for those of you who are familiar with Columbia, or familiar with Sonora, and then potentially even do some amazing rails to trails work with the railroad folks. So on top of that, we see additional spur trails coming off. I know there's incredible paths out by the airport that we could connect to. So really, it's about adding these new opportunities to an amazing project. And so I have an exciting opportunity to also talk to you about coming up very soon. I wish I could have gotten in front of you even earlier, but we are hosting a series of community outreach events over the next 3 days. It's starting tomorrow. Probably terrible time with the weather that's coming in, but we'll work through that. But we will be in different parts of the county to talk about the path, to get community input, to show off some of those initial designs that have been worked on. We've got like virtual flyovers. You can put on goggles and like check out what the path looks like in 3D. It's pretty amazing. So we'll kick that off tomorrow, actually, with one of the segments that is furthest along in development in the town of Sonora. We'll be hosting a walk where folks can come take a look at what's being planned, probably in rain ponchos and umbrellas and galoshes, but we can't always control the weather. We'll also be out in Columbia in the State Historic Park tomorrow, tomorrow afternoon, and then again on Saturday, hosting an open house that anyone can drop by. I've got some flyers to drop off with you. And then if for those who are online, virtual, who would also like to provide input, feedback, learn more about the project, you can check us out at goldrushpath.com. I could love to promote social media because it's something I'm really not too good at, but you can do hashtag on Instagram, goldrushpath, and then /goldrushpath on Facebook too, and check out what we've been working on. So very excited about this. I tend to use the word excited and excitement way too often around the office, but hopefully this will be a really cool project.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Yeah, I just wanted to close by saying if there's any way that we can involve this board on Tuolumne Transit Council, or just have further discussions, we could go into much further detail. And I don't see this project succeeding without the full support of the college going forward. So I welcome that participation.
The meeting, we'll talk to you.
Thank you.
Lisa Shutt.
Welcome back.
I don't think you're surprised to see me.
Pleasantly.
Thank you for welcoming me back. Since I started the process of asking classified professionals to introduce themselves at the August 13th board meeting, 72 people have approached the microphone. So far, that totals 871 years of service for the district. 871 years of service achieved from 72 individuals. Testament that classified professionals are loyal, caring, and steadfast. So again, I would like to provide the opportunity for classified professionals that have not yet introduced themselves to the board to come up and do so now. So please share your name, position or department, and number of years that you have worked for YCCD.
And if I could get the audience to just hold their applause so that I can capture everyone's name accurately. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Hatler and I work in admissions and records as a specialist. I started off in custodial in 2018 and I'm getting ready to move on to year number 9 here at the college.
Is there any other classified professional that cares to introduce themselves that has not done so?
Hi, I'm Kelsey Halstead. I work for external initiatives with our Rising Scholar student, our currently and formerly incarcerated students. I started here in 2017 in admissions and records, and I have been with the Rising Scholars program for 5 years, and I'm also a part-time faculty as well.
Anyone else? I don't need to keep inviting you, just come on up.
Hi, my name is Tisha Downing. I started here as a student worker in 2019, and I am now running the program for Trio SSS here, and I've been here for 4 years.
Hi, I'm Rory Thompson. I work in outreach and retention. I'm a classified employee here, and I worked here 1.5 years, and it's great. Love it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alyssa Creighton. I am the curriculum analyst at Columbia College. I've worked at the college since 2007, and I've served in a number of positions throughout the district on various committees and whatnot, and I love working here. Thanks.
It's your birthday.
Hello, my name is Jen Frazier. I am the foundation specialist here at Columbia College, and I've been here for 8 years.
Okay, so that looks like that's it. So we were approaching 900 years of service. I'll be excited to total up the years from tonight. But looking back, if we would take that 871 years of service prior to the introductions just now, that puts us in the year 1154, which is when Henry II became King of England. So I will continue to just bring in those historical facts for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Jessica Brennan. Jessica Brennan.
Hello.
Please forgive me as I read from my phone. I didn't have
No
a chance to print. But hello, Board of Trustees and colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Dr. Jessica Brennan, and I'm a faculty member in child development at MJC. I want to take a moment and speak about the essential role our classified professionals play in the success of our students, our programs, and in the way that impacts me the most, our faculty. Each day, our classified colleagues provide stability, expertise, and human connection that allow us to do our work as educators. Their work is not just supportive, it's foundational. I'd like to briefly highlight 2 individuals who represent the excellence I see across our district. Sylvia Rodriguez is our Academic Senate, the Secretary to the Academic Senate, and the Executive Board just returned from ASCCC plenary, where every detail, down to the smallest one, was handled by Sylvia. When we got there, we just had an easy breezy check-in. Everything was taken care of. She is able to navigate logistics, deadlines, and institutional processes with a level of professionalism and care that made the entire experience possible. Her attention to detail and willingness to support faculty directly impacts our ability to represent the district, develop professionally, and bring new ideas not only back to our classrooms, but also back to our Senate as leaders. Lisa Shutt is another example of the extraordinary commitment our classified professionals bring. She supports everything in the development department and beyond, as you can see here, from coordinating materials to troubleshooting issues before they become problems. Her reliability and dedication ensure that students experience a learning environment that feels organized, intentional, and welcoming. These are not isolated examples. This is the norm across our district. Classified professionals hold our colleges together, and yet their compensation does not always reflect the level of responsibility they carry or the impact they have on student success. If we want to recruit and retain talented, caring, highly skilled professionals, people like Sylvia, Lisa, and so many others, we must commit to fair and competitive compensation. Investing in our classified staff is not an expense. It's an investment in the overall quality and stability of our institutions. I am deeply grateful to work with our classified colleagues, and I ask the board to continue prioritizing their value through meaningful support, equitable pay, and long-term retention strategies. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Aisha Saleh.
Hi, everyone.
Welcome back.
Thank you so much. I've attended countless of these to speak on behalf of faculty over the years to report on the work that we're doing in support of students and the college and district. A lot of the governance work that we do here, but today I'd like to highlight the degree to which our work relies on the dependability and hard work of the classified professionals in our district. In the Academic Senate, we have Sylvia Rodriguez, who works endlessly to support our work as faculty. While these meetings are faculty chaired, they could not happen without Sylvia. She does all of the support work that allows us to focus on the governance work that needs to be done. She arranges our travel, makes sure that spaces are reserved for meetings, materials are available for professional development events that we hold, and so much more. In my division office, I have Jacqueline, Cassie, and Ashley, who work endlessly and tirelessly to support the faculty in our school. Scheduling, evaluations, grade submissions, and so much more that we often associate with faculty cannot be done without the work of classified professionals. They also support students directly as well. The school office is often where students go when they know they need help, but they don't know who they need or what they need. And so they're often the first line of support and defense for these students when they come on campus. At events like Westfest and Welcome Week, it's our classified professionals who are there first and stay last. They allow us faculty to waltz in and out between our classes in support of our students while they hold down the fort the entire time these events are occurring. They support faculty to allow us to be present for our students while going through any number of things. They have their official capacity, of course, but we're all human and go through any number of things. And it's our classified professionals who often support us through that as well. So for example, in my own life, the things that stand out to me, I remember struggling when I was teaching here at the college and first became a mother of 2 young kids. And I was trying to figure out how to balance that, how to take leave, how to come back, all of that stuff I had help navigating from classified professionals. And then there are silly things like when one of my kids got poked in the eye with a straw at school and I had to leave suddenly. It's classified professionals who come in and make sure that my students know where I am. And more serious things, like this semester I had a child who had heart surgery. And it was classified professionals who helped make sure that everything that needed to be taken care of was done. And they're reaching out to me constantly to make sure that my kids are doing okay. So they're there for us personally, professionally. And I just want to highlight that I, of course, recognize their value, but I hope that we all recognize their value and worth and how intertwined they are in all of the work that happens here in our district. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Celeste Randolph.
Hello, board. Now, classified is very vital to the role of a college. You've heard a lot within faculty perspectives and classify themselves, but especially as a student, they have truly been there for us when we needed them. They've been a vital role on campus to keep it going. But as I feel, they are not being appreciated enough. They are not being confiscated enough for what they do. And especially, they have gone above and beyond. These are not just words being said, but can be visibly seen. We see at events constantly staff coming on their own time and helping, volunteering, setting up early in the morning and being there late at night. And even for student support, being there for students and going above and beyond, as mentioned before, and constantly doing everything they can for students. MJC and Columbia would not be as great as they are without classified. And we need to appreciate them because they are such a big role within our campuses. And I don't think I truly would have been as successful at MJC without classified themselves. So I really hope they get the appreciated they need and deserve.
Thank you. Next speaker. Is there anyone that didn't fill out a card that wants to come up? Okay, I'm going to close public comment. We'll move on to item number 5. And now we'll have the presentation of the Modesto Junior and Columbia College Student Equity Plan. I will caution the presenters that we can all read, so make sure you don't spend a lot of time reading your slides and just give us a summary of what you're doing.
We'll try our best.
So thank you.
So for those of you who don't know us, I'm Katerina Grassi. I'm the Director of Research and Planning at MJC.
And Jose Rocha, the Dean of Special Program.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Do we have it?
You can
Okay,
just let me
cool.
know next time.
Okay. Cool. Good.
Yes, so thank you. So this year, we're actually scheduled to submit our new equity plan for the campus. And so we're here to do a quick presentation. So the equity plan, part of it is to support our students. So it's legislated that we provide these resources and support for them. And so at MJC, we get over $6 million as far as every year to do that. And so we do tutoring, play for counselors, professional development, classified staff, first year experience, basic needs resources, and a bunch of other great things that we do to support our students in order to make sure that not only are they coming in the best way possible, but also graduating and helping out the students throughout the whole process. And so we've had the equity plan for quite some time. And this is, I think, our 3rd iteration of it that we're moving into.
Next slide. So the State Chancellor's Office outlined a couple different metrics that they use consistently year after year. The 5 that they use are successful enrollment, math and English, completion in the first year, persistence, completion within 3 years, and then transfer within 4 years. This year, they added a sixth metric for the student equity plan, and that is comprehensive ed plan completion within the first term of enrollment. So what the state has us do is they have us look at where we're seeing disproportionate impact within each of these 6 metrics. And then we are tasked with setting strategies to help achieve the goals that the state has set for improving disproportionate impact within these metrics. This matrix shows the disproportionate impact by gender across all of the 6 metrics. So as you can see, female is disproportionately impacted in terms of successful enrollment, whereas our male students are disproportionately impacted for persistence, completion within 3 years, and first term comprehensive ed plan completion.
Just a quick definition of what is successful enrollment.
Yeah, so successful enrollment is looking at out of students who applied for a given academic term, the percentage of those applicants that enrolled and made it to census in one of those semesters. And then here's the same thing, disproportionate impact by ethnicity. African-American students were disproportionately impacted for successful enrollment and persistence. Asian students for successful enrollment, Hispanic Latina students for first year transfer math and English, persistence, completion in 3 years, and transfer within 4 years. And then our white students are disproportionately impacted for successful enrollment and first term comprehensive ed plan completion. And then the last little matrix we have here is disproportionate impact by additional population categories. These are the categories that the state has us take a look at, and the ones that you can see are disproportionately impacted on some of these metrics are first generation, foster youth, LGBTQ+, DSPS, which is our disability support services, economically disadvantaged males, first generation males, as well as the economically disadvantaged population as a whole.
All right, so we're moving on to our goals and strategies. So if you look at it, as I mentioned before, it's getting our students in and graduating. So that's the way the slides are framed. So our focus is number one. We went across the campus for this past springtime, and we talked to different constituent groups, so classified staff, faculty, administrators, and students as well. And everybody had a lot to say. And we actually collected that data and used that during springtime to formulate our strategies in itself. So we have 4 strategies. One's a student-centered design for registration process, building outreach and onboarding efforts, enhance student responsive approaches for institutional access, and concrete education guidance, for undecided students. And so in each one of these slides, you'll see the definitions, but also you'll see the groups that we're looking to support and creating some resources, some intentional support for the students. And so for this slide, for successful enrollment, is our Asian, African American, female, and white students that we're looking to eliminate disproportionate impact. Focus 2 is math and English within the first year with the transferable courses. So you'll see the same strategies or similar strategies on the side. And that's for our first generation Hispanic Latino students that we're looking to eliminate the impact as well. We're looking at to close it within 3 years, so by 2028, and getting things moving. Number 3 is persistence, so moving from one semester to the next. And so you'll see as well the definitions and also the strategies. But specifically, we're looking for our African American, Black students, first gen, foster youth, Hispanic, Latinos, LGBTQ+, and male students in itself. And 4 is completion of within 3 years, and getting students not only in, but out as well in a timely manner. And so that we're looking for our DSPS students, our economically disadvantaged or economic disadvantaged males, first generation males, Latino, Hispanic, LGBTQ+, and males itself as a whole. And our 5th is transfer within 4 years and getting students to go to their 4-year school. And so this group, is our DSPS, economically disadvantaged, first gen Latino, and LGBTQ+ as well. And our 6th and final part is our comprehensive ed plan, and that's our male and white students that we're looking to eliminate impact. So our implementation plan, so this is where we're at in phase 1. So we collect the data, we put the report together. Once approved, then we'll move to phase 2, which is the implementation plan, get the group together and create the models that we're gonna put together. And finally to phase 3 is to strategize with the institution and put forward those models, those pilots as well. So stability, our funding will give us our activities to further the process and build institutional capacity and fully implement the different programs itself. And increase equity is the metrics that identified through the plan as a result to increase, as mentioned before, success, completion, transfer, and employment rates for MJC students.
Okay, and the last,
Sorry.
we'll go too far. And the last section we have here is the evaluation plan. So the student equity plan will be measured every year for the next 3 years. And what we will be using is at the back of the plan itself. We do have what the goals are and where we're supposed to be. And so we'll kind of be, we will be evaluating where we are in terms of reaching that goal, but we'll also be evaluating which strategies have been implemented, to what degree they've been implemented, if they're effective. If they're not, then that allows us to kind of pivot and go from there. So that's the goal for the evaluation plan.
Okay, before I open it up to questions from trustees, anybody from the public wishing to comment on any of this? Please come up.
Hi, for those of you who don't know me, Giselle Flores, Academic Senate President. I just wanted to thank this group because I do think this is one of the first times that this group has gone through governance, asked for input, really made everyone a part of this process. So it does feel like this equity plan belongs to the institution. It's not just this committee's plan, it is the institution's plan. So it did go through all the governance process. I just wanted to thank this group and emphasize that to the board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, trustees, anyone else from the public? Hey, trustees,
Maybe after, I want to go after.
do you want to have Columbia present?
Yeah,
You'll do-
present because my
Okay.
questions are more general.
I just have one question. How many equity?
Can you put
Bless
on your
your mic.
microphone?
Your mic, Les.
How many equity plans have we done?
I think this is our third one that we've done.
Okay, because I saw there was some feedback in the plans. I'm just curious, have we ever reached our goals?
So the way that the state equity plans work is in the past, we've had it to where the state has allowed us to create our own goals.
Right.
And with those creations, we have been able to meet a couple of them. I think you might be able to see it in the reflection stage, in the reflection page of the plan, the document itself, not the presentation. But this year, the state has set the goals for every community college across the board. So everybody has the same goals. So we're looking a little different this year. They're a bit more ambitious. We're hoping for the best. We think we've got this.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, that's a good idea.
And good evening again. Melissa Rabian, Vice President of Student Services. And I have with me Michael Igo, our Dean of Student Services, to present our plan to you tonight. And I purposely went after MJC so they can set the groundwork and do all the definitions. And then we have a little less time that we need to spend up here.
Home team gets to choose.
So you can see that we have a lot less categories in terms of race. And a lot of it, as they said earlier, that this is the first year in the plan that the state actually pre-populated our disproportionate impacted groups, which is great. They're very different from our last plan, which means to me that we did a good job on closing those equity gaps last time. But because we're so small, that there's a lot of our ethnic groups, or when they start breaking it down, they're too small to really identify that group. So you can see that basically our racial ethnicity groups that we really look at in terms of disproportionate impact here are Hispanic, Native American, and African American students. And so as with all of the other groups that we look at, we have the ability to look at what we call local data. So what we do here is we take what the state looks at is they look at a 1-year snapshot in time, and they look at that cohort for students. What we do is we can combine several years of cohorts so that we get numbers that are large enough to actually be meaningful for us when we look at this. So we took a little bit different approach. Basically, we just, you have the plan in front of you, so you have a lot of the details. But just to give you a background of what we did in terms of that, we have a committee on campus called our Student Success Council, and that's what runs the Student Equity Plan. So what we did in the spring is we had not just with the committee on several meetings, but we invited campus-wide constituent groups to come and give us, here's our disproportionate impacted groups, give us your ideas of what we could do to close those gaps. And so then we coalesced out, and it's gone through Senate, Student Senate, College Council. So we do have a very college-wide constituent group participation as well. For successful enrollment, one of the things that I think we do very well here and that we will continue to improve on is that those, as you remember the definition, those students that have applied but not yet enrolled. So we do a lot of active reaching out. So we call students, we send texts, we send emails, and we try to get them enrolled. What we want to do is go further and say, okay, you took the first step to apply, why didn't you enroll? So we'll have more like focus groups and try to get that data down to where we can figure out why aren't they enrolling in our college. You wanna talk about this one?
Sure, I'll go for our
next goal or area would be completed both transfer level math and English in the first year. And the groups specifically that we're addressing are economically disadvantaged males, and white males. And so that tells us that course options and enrollment has a lot to do, I think, with really broadening the scope of when we can teach classes so that we can appeal to more populations of students, and then adding, so that's why we've, the bullets speak to that. But also I think we're really, I'm skipping ahead a little, but veterans are a great group to focus on because of the reentry, the older age students, and the demographic that we'll be able to capture by focusing on our veterans. You want me to keep?
Go ahead.
All right. You can tell we practice. Persistence, groups that we're focused on there are economically disadvantaged males, first generation males, and LGBTQ+. And just, I think one of the areas where we've made a lot of progress and want to continue to make progress, you skip down to that fourth bullet, we've had some success with safe zone training. We have a lot more work to do is what we learned. Kind of in beginning that work, we uncovered a lot of issues that we want to coordinate better with all of our partners in the community and on campus. And really, we've been able to leverage Cal Pride locally and some of their expertise. And so continuing that work really is the message of our persistence, or addressing our persistence goals.
Okay, sure. So for completion, we are focusing on, again, males and the foster youth and our DSPS population. We really want to kind of improve what we offer in our career center. That's an area where we have not been staffed until recently in the last few years. And so we really want to beef that up and focus on having more opportunities for students to explore their majors, figure out what they want to do with their life, and provide those roadmaps to them so that they can complete in a timely manner. Also, with our K through 16 grant, you've probably heard about that a little bit. We're really able to offer more of the pathways starting in high school and going all the way through to transfer in the really high demand jobs. So I think that's going to really help some of these populations into increasing our completion in those areas. And then similarly with transfer, we're kind of in a unique situation with transfer because our closest university is about an hour's drive away. And so we have a lot of students who are complete their degrees here and they haven't yet moved on and transferred because of the limited opportunities that they have. So we want to explore better ways that they can, connect with other students that may be traveling together and things like that. We want to get our faculty and staff more involved in taking students to the four-year colleges so the students can actually have that experience and walk on that campus. We have a lot of students in this community that really have never left the community. So really providing those opportunities for them will help ensure that they do actually transfer. Take this one.
And in student educational planning, I think this is another opportunity where we've had some really sound outreach in the past, and we want to continue that work to pull in as many students to get their comprehensive educational plan done within the first year, but definitely before the first 15 units. But really, by continuing that type of outreach, doing it earlier in the form of CCAP courses and dual enrolled courses where they can do an ed plan while they're still just thinking about what they might do, even not necessarily at Columbia College, but anywhere they may go after taking a dual enrolled course. That's another aim of expanded educational planning outreach. And I think for the DI groups of economically disadvantaged Native American reentry, we have some real opportunities to reach out beyond just, I think we've done a good job in past years of reaching out to some of our tribal counterparts locally, but we really need to follow through and get that educational plan done, help them see themselves being successful on our campus.
And just really quick, our total C budget is about 1.2 million a year. You can see that the majority of that it goes towards salaries and benefits. In counseling, we do a lot of support for our AAC, which is our tutoring center, and with also assisting with mental health support. And then the remainder of those are that fund activities that we do, like our weeks of welcome, our new student orientation, and all of those fun things that we get to do is a very small portion of that budget. But the people are what makes, I think, Columbia very unique and very special, that we have that hands-on help for every student that walks through that door. And so we're very committed to keeping that. But what's even more, I think I'm very proud of in this college is that we use a lot of what we call braided funding. So it's not just the $1.2 million from the student equity budget that we use to fund all of these activities. We use all of these other funding sources combined together. So we're not working in silos, that we're able to hold a large event because we're using funding from multiple sources. And that's really how we survive here as a small college. And that's all I have. So questions?
Does anyone from the public want to comment on the Columbia plan? Okay, seeing none, let's bring it back to the board for comments. Dr. Davis?
Okay, I'll
Or
go.
questions?
I do.
Comments or questions? at
Well,
this
thank
time?
you. Suppose 1,000 students enroll. By the way, I'm going to ask a question, but you don't have to answer. Okay. Suppose 1,000 students enroll, 600 identify female, 400 identify male. Is that a disparity? Don't answer. I've already asked your president. I don't want you to give, or I've asked a president. I want you to give a different answer. The answer is yes and no. But the real answer is yes. It's a disparity. There's not a single system in higher education that calls it out as a national problem. In 1972, the percentage of males achieving BA degrees as compared to females was 14% higher. And there was outrage. And there was outrage that females didn't have access to athletic programs and all that. So we know Title IX was passed. Landmark legislation. Fast forward to our time, the disparity is further, but in the other direction, no outrage. So in K-12, much like the system, higher ed system, there's an accountability reports just like this. And just like higher ed, K-12 is not accountable for gender inequality. Can you believe that? Take the number of third grade students reading abilities, you got the same number of boys and girls basically, but you're not accountable if there's disparity. And yet we begin to see the disparity at third grade. So unless a district determines to call it out on their own, it won't get addressed in an equity plan or in a strategic plan. So my question is, will there be a system in higher ed that calls it out and says, we want to do something about that? Instead of 600, 400, let's make it 600, 600, right? And I'm not sure, I can almost say unequivocally, you can't fix it at the college level. It has to get fixed earlier on. But certainly, if it matters, the college can play a role in supporting the high schools and what's going on with your boys. What's happening? Where are they? Yes, programs make a big difference, but if we don't ever call it out, it's going to be equity plans like this. Thank you for your work. I appreciate the effort, because I did it myself many times. And you want to bring parity as everyone, as all boats rise. But that's the real issue, and it's across every demographic. African American, Latino, white, it doesn't matter. So thank you for your work. I would say, wouldn't it be bold if we want to say, we're going to go out and get boys and continue to get girls? Okay, that's all. That's my comment. But I'm going to tell you, am I making it up or are those real stats? With a couple of outliers in the UC system where there's parity, it's like this everywhere. Okay? So, not meant to sound misogynist. I'm a girl dad, and I want as much as far as you can go. But the numbers are screaming at us, but they don't show up in these plans.
Well, you did notice that in our plan, we did have a lot of males and white males in
I understand that. So if it's here, 600, 400, and now you're looking at the growth here and here, that doesn't address the equity issue. That's what I'm saying. So, anyway, I get off my soapbox, but maybe there is a system of higher ed that can begin to speak it out.
I just wanted to briefly address what disproportionate impact looks at here, specifically for PPG -1, which is the method that's being used. When you're looking at disproportionate impact, you're not looking at raising all ships. You're looking at raising the ship that is disproportionately impacted to be minimally different from the ship that isn't. So rather than going like this with males and females, we would be going like this.
With enrollment?
Yeah, with successful enrollment specifically.
Not
is what
successful
this is.
enrollment.
So-
Successful enrollment is when somebody enrolls and they're successful.
Successful enrollment is looking at out of applicants that apply.
Out of
So then
applicants
if
that
you
apply.
look at strategy 2 of MJC's plan, which is building on outreach efforts, that would, in theory, mean that you are outreaching intentionally to those disproportionate populations, which would be male populations. So you would be bringing in more males that way.
Can I comment?
Sure.
Sorry. Even though I just.
I did close public comment, but I'll reopen
I'm
it for
sorry,
you.
just to respond on topic, I would really like to encourage you to reflect on, despite the numbers, looking at equity as the treatment of genders as well. So even if there are less males, look at how welcoming and how that sense of belonging for females in higher education is still disproportionately impacted.
Good.
So I just would like to encourage you to reflect on that.
Trustee Aguilar.
I have never talked to.
Microphone, please.
Never talked to him about this, but so we didn't. I do have just one question. Well, two questions. The first one, so we're talking about just the students who actually at the end make it or at least apply to our colleges. Right? We're not.
So
that's the whole-
that's one of the 5 objectives that we're looking at. So it's kind of to me, an odd definition of what we're looking at. Rather than, what's the percentage of the students enrolled in the college, they look at who's applied and not enrolled. So to me, that's kind of an odd one, but that is one of the 5 metrics that they're looking at.
So, okay, because so it's not about trying to fix the problem of having more males, but you did say you were the only one who mentioned something about trying to recruit and improve. No, the gentleman in the back, right?
Yeah,
Out of
but-
everybody, you were the only one who mentioned about trying to recruit. So this is not the recruitment part is nothing to do with is it also part? Well, you were the only one. I didn't hear anything about an MJC of trying to recruit males in particular.
I think just a comment on successful enrollment, it involves everything from a successful effort out in the community and marketing and being present in that sense, to responding to where the needs are and going and visiting, if it's high schools or community organizations, to pulling them in, all the way to the successful enrollment and the onboarding services that help them get into the college, including orientation, both online and in person. And so it's that complete package that allows us to affect the metric that we're talking, very specifically about. But all of that comes into play to drive up your successful enrollment.
So are we looking on the courses and the things we offer to try to attract males?
Yeah, specifically at Columbia College, we're also participating in a strategic enrollment management effort that is really breaking down everything. How do our programs and our courses that are available look to students? How can we redesign that? And we have coaches from the IEPI. I'm sorry, I don't know the acronym for that. Donna might know. Our coaches, our SEM coaches. However, I don't know the acronym, but Chancellor's Office provided coaches to help us through some of this decision-making that happens both in the dean's offices, but really throughout the college and the way we market ourselves as appealing programs.
Trustee Beggs?
I just want to say that I really appreciate all the work that goes into these. I know it's very difficult. I've been here a long time. I remember in various capacities. I remember sitting in a huge room at MJC with James Todd and President Jill Stearns talking about we're going to get the success rates up. So we've been to this rodeo before, and I know it's state mandated. And one of the things that I looked at, I saw that the latest student equity plan included the goal of raising by 7.5% the number of economically disadvantaged male students who complete transfer level math and English in their first academic year of enrollment to close the equity gap. So I'm looking at that and I'm thinking, great. But then I realized that only 10.5% of the overall population is completing transfer level math and English in their first semester. And it occurs to me that we've got much bigger problems going on here than will be solved by closing equity gaps and eliminating disproportionate impact. And so, I understand it's a state mandated thing, but I fear that we are in danger of missing the student forest for the equity trees. And I understand that's the goal here, but we have bigger problems. And we've got friction points, we've got all kinds of issues that we need to deal with. And I just hope that we can keep I know we have to do this, but I hope we can keep our eye on the ball of helping all of our students and males. I'm the mother of 3 sons, so I really get what Dawn is saying. I have granddaughters though. So I want us to do the best for all of our students. They're all individuals. And I hate to see people stuck in categories and boxes. And I know you got to do it for stats, but in the future, I would like to request that the board receive the overall completion rates, transfer rates, and persistence rates from MJC. I saw them with Columbia, but again, I do want to raise all boats above the level of mediocrity. And we have issues with what's happening at the high schools. I know it's not I taught English. I know, but I'm just hoping, and I totally agree with the issues about AB 705 and 1705 on the English side as well. But I'm just saying, we have a long way to go.
Yeah, so 2 quick things. One, in the appendix, you do have the overall rates for MJC as well and MJC's plan for everything. It's in the green.
We had a 285-page.
No worries. I just let you know where it is. No worries. The other thing is that while I understand your comment about we're focusing for transfer level math and English on such a small gap when we are doing poorly overall, our strategic plan does have a strategy of increasing transfer level math and English in the first year. So we are focusing on all students in that strategic plan. And then this lets us focus additionally more granularly.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Trustee Garrett?
So quick question. I think Columbia College you brought up. So you've got all these students that live in the community that have completed either an associate degree or a certificate, correct? But I believe you're probably more focused on the ones that have achieved an associate degree and they're still here. Are we getting penalized for them not moving on? Or is there a track that the state says you should be so many transfers per year that resulted in an associate degree out of your institution?
Well, I don't know if we're penalized, but we do get financially bumped up if a student does transfer. So in a sense, I guess you could say that we're being penalized because they're not actually transferring.
So because if you look at the latest reports that are looking at 10 and 20 years out, this may sound shocking to some, but the AI revolution is going to completely transform our economy at the national level. And there's a couple reports that I read recently that says the next millionaires are not going to be who you think they are. They're going to be the people that are doing the hands-on work. So the next millionaires are going to be plumbers, electricians, HVAC technicians. So my point is that I think we need to look at this as how many of our students have been successful, instead of looking at it and saying, well, you produced X, but they didn't transfer. I would like to see more of a analysis on how many of those students, even though they remained in the area, how have they benefited from their associate degree, and what's been their individual economic impact, and maybe an impact to the broader community in the area, because we're already seeing it with AI. The numbers are already coming out, and it's scary. I encourage anybody to look at where this is going to take us 20 years from now. They're predicting that people that thought tech and writing code and all that, nope. Artificial intelligence is going to lead the pack in writing lines of code, and we're already seeing it with customer service, all of that. So, maybe the state's going to realize this at some point, but I don't have a whole lot of faith in the morons under the big white dome. I just don't. Because when you talk about success, I'm going back to what Professor Lana Van Epps talked about, math. And math is one of your metrics, right? So if we're not coming up with, if the state is not going to help us, then we need to start coming up with innovative ways and maybe partnering with the high schools to say, okay, you say we can't offer the course, but maybe we do an end run and we do it through the high schools. And it's not on our books. Yeah, we may partner with you. We may help you get the faculty that you need or whatever. But I keep going back to what she talked about, and I think it's very relevant to what we just heard here. But I do appreciate everything that you guys are doing, because that is what drives the institution. So you're doing great work. Thank you.
Trustee Gutierrez, anything? It's okay if you don't have anything. Okay.
You don't have to.
Okay, well, thank you very much, and I know we're going to take action on this later on. Okay, we're going to move on to the consent agendas. First, is there any member of the public wishing to pull any consent item? Seeing none, trustees, any consent item you want? Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Before we do that.
Oh, yes.
So it is customary for this board, prior to approving the consent agenda. Pardon me, you're all blurry right now, but at least I can see what's in front of me. It's the advantage of getting older. So to recognize our retirements within the district, and first and top of the list is James Solomon, Interim Director of Strategic Initiatives, Professor of Speech and Communication, Central Services in Modesto Junior College, 26 years of service. I first met Jim Solomon when I was attending board meetings prior to running for this position. And we immediately hit it off because of my prior hat that I wore as being a union president 2 different times in my career. I don't think I found anybody that was as passionate, energetic, and that's a subtle way of, I think, as you all know, Jim, that's a subtle way of putting the energy behind him. But he was extremely dedicated to his faculty peers and to this district. And it's heartbreaking for me to see what he's struggling with now. If you know of Jim's current story, it breaks my heart. It's not deserving of a man that has given his life to higher education and public service. But having said that, I just wish him all the best. I think he's going to overcome whatever gets thrown at him, because that's the type of person he is. And I just wish him all the best in his retirement. Next is Cheryl Youngman, 33 years of service, financial aid specialist, lead student financial services at Modesto Junior College. I've said this before, it's been brought up this evening. You know, a lot of our students struggle financially in our district, and they rely upon the expertise and help of our classified professionals in the financial aid office to help them navigate what to me would seem like an impossible task of federal and state requirements. But they do it well, they do it every day, and I'm sure Cheryl can look at hundreds of students that she has helped to achieve their higher ed goals through her hard work and dedication. I wish Cheryl all the best in her retirement. So thank you.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Seconds, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Trustee Beggs, student trustee,
Aye.
all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, none. Motion passed. Now we're moving on to item 7. There's a board policy first reading. Ms. Gibbs?
Good evening, trustees. Thank you, Dr. Richards. Dr. Tran, before the board are 9 policies up for first reading. The Board Policy Committee is recommending that the full board accept the revisions as presented in the agenda and conduct a first reading. However, if there are any questions, I can entertain the questions at this moment.
Any public comment? Seeing none, questions from trustees? Entertain a motion to approve?
No.
Oh,
It's
no.
first reading.
First read. Oh, okay, thank you.
Don't need it.
Part number
Next.
3. Yeah. Next one, okay. Our next agenda item is acceptance of administrative procedures. The trustees, the Board Policy Committee is presenting their recommendation, for revision to AP 4105 to the full board for acceptance as presented in the agenda. After the board takes action on the acceptance, the Board Policy Committee is asking the full board to direct the revision to the chancellor to revise the administrative procedure to align with the corresponding policy.
Any public comment? Questions? Okay, the recommended action is that the board, 1, accepts the final recommendation from the Board Policy Committee as listed in the November 12th, 2025 agenda, and 2, directs the chancellor to revise the administrative procedures to align with the corresponding board policy. Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion.
Trustee Beggs and Trustee Davis, student trustee?
Aye.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes.
Thank you.
Now we'll move on to 7.3, academic calendars for 2026-27 and 27-28. The recommended action is the Board of Trustees adopts the 2026-27 academic calendar for Columbia College and Modesto Junior College, and tentatively adopts the 27-28 academic calendar as attached to the November 12th agenda. Any questions? Motion to approve?
So moved.
Second? Trustee Aguilar, student trustee?
Aye.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Moves on. 7.4, the District Administrative Services Quality Report on the district's financial condition. And the recommended action is the Board of Trustees review the district's financial report for the quarter ended September 30th, 2025, attached to the November 12th, 2025 agenda, and direct the staff to submit a copy of the required report to the California Community College Chancellor's Office. Comments from the public? Seeing none, questions from the board?
We're gonna get anything from Trevor, or we're gonna just go for it? We saw this.
I would just add that this is routine and customary business, and this was reviewed and moved to approve to the whole board at the November 3rd Finance Committee meeting.
I have a second.
Second.
Second, Trustee Davis, student trustee?
Aye.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Perfect. Now we'll move on to 7.5. Personnel negotiations, YFA, YCCD, public hearings on proposal reopeners. Any public comments on this?
Hold a public hearing.
This is a public hearing. Do you have any comments on it? Seeing none, the recommended action is the Board of Trustees hold a public comment period regarding the bargaining and proposal reopeners submitted by the Yosemite Faculty Association of the district, which we've done. And then to approve the district reopeners attached to the November 12th, 2025 agenda. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second,
I'll second it.
Trustee Beggs, student.
Aye.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay. Now we'll move on to 7.6, which should be easy because such a great job was done. This is the Modesto Junior College 2025 through 28 Student Equity Plan. The recommended action is the Board of Trustees approve the Modesto Junior College 2025 through 28 Student Equity Plan attached to the November 12th agenda. Any public comment? Questions from trustees? Can I have a motion, please? to
So
approve?
moved.
And do I have a second?
Second.
Student trustee?
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Now we'll move on and do the same thing for Columbia College.
So moved.
Is there any public comment? Do we have a second? We have a second, student trustee?
Aye.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, now we have the Modesto Junior College Education Master Plan. The recommendation is the Board of Trustees approves the Modesto Junior College Educational Plan attached to the November 12th, 2025 agenda. Is there any public comment? Questions from the trustees? A motion to approve?
No, I was gonna say, we appreciated the workshop on this and all the effort that went into preparing it and look forward to moving forward in some way.
Very good.
I should look top.
Do we have a motion to approve? Motion to approve. Trustee Garrett said yes. Do I have a second? Trustee Beggs, very good. Please, student trustee,
Aye.
please call the roll. Or no, sorry. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I too will say it was a very interesting presentation that we'll hear more about, you'll hear more about. 7.9 is the CDSS CCTR authorizing continued funding application. And the recommended action is the Board of Trustees adopts the CDSS CCTR authorized continued funding application is attached to the November 12th, 2025 agenda. Any public comments? Questions from trustees? I have a motion to approve. Trustee Aguilar, thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Trustee Garrett, student trustee?
Aye.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Very good. Now we'll move on to the board committee reports. Trustee Garrett, anything from finance?
I think we've already approved the major item that was on the agenda, so thank you.
Very good. Trustee Beggs, anything on the board policy committee report?
Well, we're past that too. Our meeting was the shortest ever and it was on November 3rd.
Very good. Do you have anything from the foundation?
I do. So for the MJC Foundation, scholarship applications are due by the end of November. There are many scholarships available, but the great convenience for our students is that they only have to fill out one application. If you teach or otherwise work with students, please encourage them to fill out the online application. If they need assistance, the foundation office offers workshops. They're eager to help. There are 1,600, because it's done online, we know this. There are 1,611 applications that have been begun, but only 304 are completed. And the deadline's the end of November, so please encourage students to finish and submit those applications. In other news, the December 19th is the date for the MJC Foundation Holiday Social. It's a Friday this year from 5 to 7 p.m. at the McHenry Museum. It's a wonderful event. If you haven't been, I highly encourage you to go. Sometimes people in our music department are singing or playing or whatever, but it's beautiful. It's a great way to start off the season or get a mid-season boost. How's that?
Very good.
And then the foundation gala is going to be held on February 7th at Greens on Tents, and we will have more info on that as we get closer.
Thank you.
That's it for me.
Trustee Davis, if you'd handle the Columbia College
Yes.
Foundation Board and also the Association of Stanislaus County School Boards report.
All right, so on November 6th, the Columbia College Foundation had a donors appreciation luncheon, and I was fortunate to attend that, and where donors were appreciated for supporting the foundation and all the scholarship. And we had two students, Glinda and Maddie. I don't remember their last names, but what wonderful ambassadors they are for Columbia, sharing how much they love this school, what their plans are, and how they are being developed here, students, and what scholarships have meant to them. Currently, the foundations, this foundation, now this is Columbia's not the largest foundation in the world, but it has 8.2 million in assets. That's pretty awesome for a small foundation. The scholarship window is open, will close on December 12th. So if you're a student here and you have received scholarship in the past and you're returning, be sure to get those applications in. On December 4th is the Fall Music Scholarship Audition. So if you're interested in that, be there, sign up. Also, a couple of dates. The foundation breakfast is Thursday, March 19th, downstairs in the bistro. And the scholarship celebration will be April 16th. The Association of County School Boards, this last meeting, we met at the Career Inspiration Center that is run by the Stanislaus County Office of Education. And while I was there on the tour, we went to the MJC Dental Hygiene Lab. I didn't know there was a dental hygiene lab on that campus. And so I was doubly proud to say, oh yeah, this is us right here. And it was beautiful. And we got to see how they work on teeth and clean and all that there.
And AI can't do that.
Yet.
Yes.
So anyway, it's this association are several trustees from K-12 representing different areas of Stanislaus County as well as the college district. One of the things, the thing to know is that the dues for next year will go from $125 to $250. Just be aware, don't want that $125 to break the bank. There it is. We also discussed AB 1390. It was a law that was passed and signed by the governor. It has to do with trustee stipends. It's been 40 years since the Ed Code on stipends has been addressed, and the stipends the minimum stipends are determined by the size of the district. So one school district, say a little K-8 district, the trustees could get $60 a month. That was their stipend. Well, and then the larger districts, say like LA Unified, was much more than that. Well, that law has been revised, updated, and it even affects community colleges. So be something that if we were going to adopt that, the new rates, probably be something we do in an upcoming meeting, if that's something we're to do. So that was discussed there. And so I also shared our facility master plan highlights with them and said, you're looking forward to doing wonderful things.
Very good.
Thank you.
Trustee Garrett, anything on the Valley Insurance Program?
No, we have a meeting tomorrow morning down in Fresno, so I'll have a report back for our December meeting.
Okay, 9.1 and 9.2 are being put off to the next trustee meeting. So we'll go into 9.3, the association reports. We'll start off with the student activity report. Is Samson Jenner here? Welcome.
Good evening, YCCD board members. I hope this semester has gone well for you guys so far. The ASCC has been exceptionally active this semester, promoting greater campus involvement through community events and the establishment of our inter-club council. Our directors of club affairs have been individually connecting with leaders of our campus's 18 active clubs to help them accomplish as much as possible. Since August, the Ponderosa Pantry has helped to feed 193 families in need. We are continuing to stock our student center kitchen with free food for students. And in celebration of Halloween, we hosted a Spirit Week featuring several community events. Students attended pumpkin carving, a ping pong tournament, a movie day, a costume contest, and Club Rush. We have began preparations for our annual Giving Tree event, and 59 children from our childcare center are going to be participating and will be receiving gifts this holiday season. Students and faculty are going to be able to give them gifts, so we're excited about that. We are also gearing up for our longest standing and most populated campus event, Cram Night. In conjunction with Cram Night, ASCC is going to be hosting our Donut Stress event, and we're going to be serving donuts and hot coffee to students who are preparing for finals. Lastly, the ASCC is supporting the CTC in their exciting new revamp. The ASCC is going to be helping cover the cost of remodeling, and that's going to transform the CTC into an open, welcoming place for students to get career assistance. Thank you for your attendance, and I hope you have a good night.
Thank you very much. Now we have the Associate Students of the Jessup Junior College, Celeste Randolph. Celeste Randolph here. Welcome back.
Hello. Well, we are back, and I hope you missed us.
We did.
We have been gone for nearly 6 months after the last election, with a certification that got 3 yeses, 3 abstains, and 8 noes, as many of the noes stated that the technological issues related to the election was too big to go along with certification and argued in favor of a special election. It revealed a lot of actually bigger problems, and ASMJC actually termed out before another meeting was held, leading to a hiatus for a bit. This led to a lot of realizations of issues outside of elections, such as communication, supportive clubs, and better connection with students. Now, we are already working on this with the new team, and only a weekend we have achieved a lot. Within our first meeting, we discussed, voted, and approved of over 20 items, including reimbursement, club ratifications, and upcoming events to get us back on track. We have added a land acknowledgement onto our agenda. I have also been at the Veterans Day Parade, going to go to the Pride Conference, and attending and sponsored Cram Night. This team has already made me extremely proud, and we're working very hard to learn from our past mistakes and work better towards a brighter future at MJC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll have the California School Employees Association, Sabina Salas. Welcome.
Anyway, thank you. And it's nice to see everybody back in Colombia. I'm sure you were missed, everybody here. That's what everybody said. You know,
It's okay wearing that Dallas Cowboy thing.
okay, so you see, I'm in Colombia.
Okay.
And I can't, you know, they would not like for me to do this, so.
Fine, he is fine.
Please, David. Excuse me. Good evening, Chancellor Tran, President Richards, ladies and gentlemen, trustees. Today, we had our November local chapter meeting, and the 2 most essential items on the agenda were the state of our current negotiations and our nominations for the 2026 E-Board. And also, as you already know, we have a possible date for the mediation meeting on December 9th. Alas, I want to bring to your attention that our classified members are asking you to please review your stance on the current negotiations. With this, I complete my report, and I hope everyone has a safe trip back home. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm a Giants fan, so I shouldn't talk. Okay, now we'll move on to the academic Senate reports. Eric Andal.
I was giving my colleague another bad time. I get to go first. Welcome. It's always good to see everybody, especially at Columbia. I went home for an early dinner before this meeting, and I was coming back on campus. Just like my first year working, it just hit me. What a beautiful place to work. It's just so calm and serene. You can see the dim sunlight going as it's disappearing, reflecting on the pond. Just a great place. Okay, at risk of sounding futile, want to mention the curriculum committee one more time, okay? Look, maybe a little more specifics. We all know the issues that we're dealing with curriculum these days. AB 928, the common GE transfer pathways, 1111, common course numbering, CPL, common credit for prior learning, transferring those top codes, the taxonomy programs, which has, in my opinion, has worked just fine, but for whatever reason, we're going to transfer all those top codes into CIPs or SIPs, classification instructional programs. Reason I'm bringing this up again is not, I think everybody here knows the curriculum committees are just up to here with workloads. And it's such where it's not like they can complete all of their charges. They're making priorities. Like it's just taking the most important things and doing it. And some things are just not able to get done right now. Sometimes even 5-year curriculum reviews have to wait a little bit. I've never seen this before. I've always had sympathy for the work that curriculum committees do, but it's just these past couple of years. So I bring that up because there's more, right? I wonder, what are our state lawmakers thinking when they dump so many huge projects, particularly in this case, on a curriculum committee of each campus at one time? So going back to when we had public comments, Chairman Richard, I think you said, let you know, and you guys advocate with lawmakers. That would be a good message to give them. Maybe consider when they pass a bunch of new initiatives, maybe spread it out a little bit. And I think it, really, I think the pain is felt on every campus in our state. And I'm just going to say maybe a little bit more on smaller campuses. We just don't have the people to spread around as much. And even though some of these initiatives came with funds to hire new people, these are very specialized positions. It's not like in the motherlode, we've got somebody sitting here waiting for a temporary job to do this work that's ready to go, right? By the time they learn it, their positions expired. So anyway, just mention that again. If you have any influence on our lawmakers, maybe suggest not piling it on all at one time. So
Very good.
What makes it a little worse for Columbia's curriculum committee is they're in the process of, they're getting ready to change curriculum platforms, going from eLumen to, what's it called again? Horse Dog. Yeah. By the way, I was a curriculum chair 20-something years ago. Before we had these platforms, it was all on paper, which had its own challenges.
And was that a one-room schoolhouse?
But so I know there's been, especially back then, we used to talk about it. Are these platforms good? Well, I can't remember what's the first one we had before CurriculNet, but anyway, there was good and bad. We kind of got used to it. Then we didn't like this one, so we changed this next one, and now we're changing this. Of course, that probably good for good reason. I don't know. That in itself is very time intensive. When we did our last changeover to CurriculNet, or excuse me, eLumen, Mike Torok was our curriculum, and I remember just hearing and you were here, Brian, the hours required to do all that. And I'm sure it's gonna be the same situation. So it's everything at one time, right? And so other than asking that you advocate to the state level, don't pile these things on at one time. And if you run into anybody on either one of our curriculum committees in this district, maybe give them a high five, making all this stuff happen. Speaking of credit for prior learning, I don't know, you may not have any need to know this, but one of the board policies and one of the BPs and APs is 4235 it's on the agenda currently for the Policies and Procedures Committee. And we had to table that because there's a bunch of changes with that. And so to get the two campuses college catalog changes with those sections, they need to first, we need to have our CPL coordinators on each campus deliberate a lot and figure out these changes and then propose to the PNP committee how those changes should look in the BPs and APs. And then after that's all done and settled, they're gonna go look at the college council to try to make those changes. So a lot going on there as well. Last, we've had We finished our faculty hiring prioritization process. We had a total of 8 proposals. In the many years I've been here, there's been a few times that both administration and faculty say that proposal is not that important, right? They're almost always are they needed positions, right? And I think particularly this year, it's been echoed. It's kind of like children. You know, it's all your valuable children. It's a matter when, which ones can you let go, right? Very important positions, but you just can't make those a priority right now. We ended up with our final rankings. The top 3 is 2 biology positions and a math position. And we're sort of currently trying to figure out with President Red Wing, what position, how many positions we might be able to hire. And of course, the final decision rests with the president. So we're kind of currently in those discussions, trying to figure that out. And that's it.
Very good. Now, Modesto Junior College Academic Senate, Professor Flores.
Hey, everybody. Thank you to my colleague who highlighted some of the same struggles that Modesto Junior College is also facing. We haven't completed our faculty hiring prioritization process yet. We had 22 applications for 10 positions. So we've decided to institute a hiring Hunger Games. I encourage you all to come watch. No, but really when that comes out, I'll make sure to report that out. So good evening, Board of Trustees and Interim Chancellor Tran. It is good to be back after a busy conference season. Our Senate has been busy moving forward with our Senate priorities that you heard about at the last board meeting. Specifically, we are focused on reestablishing our AI work group to concentrate on professional development to support faculty and navigating what it looks like to be an educator in an age of constantly changing AI. Fortunately, there were several sessions at the State Academic Senate plenary last week that focused on resources and support, and I look forward to meeting with Vice Chancellor Vogel to discuss how to support the district as a whole. So thank you for reaching out. In addition to informative sessions, as a delegate, I also had the privilege to vote on several important resolutions that I plan to bring forward to our local Senate. A few I would like to highlight are supporting the implementation of Title V 54221, burden-free access to instructional materials, to extend the reduction of cost burden beyond textbooks to include things like art supplies, goggles for chemistry classes, and lab coats, for example. Another resolution that received broad support is a resolution supporting in-state tuition for undocumented scholars who have graduated from high schools outside of California. In addition, there are several resolutions addressing academic freedom that are essential to bring to our local Senate. I look forward to presenting progress on these topics at future board meetings. Lastly, as an individual faculty member, I would like to echo the statements of support for classified colleagues. At MJC, classified professionals have led the work on our Caring Campus initiative, ensuring that our students and employees experience a sense of belonging and support in and out of the classroom. So I encourage you all to consider, while they focus on caring for everyone else, how are we showing classified that we care and value them? This concludes my report.
Thank you.
So are you looking for people to sponsor your Hunger Games?
Yes,
players?
please. Yeah,
Okay.
thank you so much.
Hey, next is the Leadership Team Advisory Council. Is Samantha McCarty here? No. Okay. Yosemite Faculty Association, Professor Optimism one.
Thank you.
Good job, Milt. Good evening, Chancellor Tran, President Richards, and the Board of Trustees, with a special shout out to Trustee Garrett for attending YFA's last representative council meeting. Raise your hand if you want to come next Wednesday. No? I'll email you. Grateful for the opportunity to talk to you again, and I'm especially grateful that I get to do so at Columbia College, where I look forward to more board meetings to come. You've heard my spiel about postseason coaching stipends, and I hope that I'll either go to sleep or wake up to an email confirming that, yes, we can agree that those stipends are warranted, if not overdue. But I won't belabor the issue here. I'm also looking forward to the beginning of negotiations this Friday. The district has a crack team YFA has a crack team. I'm confident we can work together to attain each side's goals while making our contract clearer, cleaner, and ultimately more effective for all parties. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, classified Senate activity report, Columbia College, Glenn Mahowski. Welcome. I think this is what, your third report now? Yes. Very good.
Good evening, everybody. I just want to extend gratitude and recognition to everybody that extended their gratitude and recognition up here today. I think it's awesome to hear the support. I also want to extend that to you all. I know this got canceled last month and we didn't have to reschedule it here, but you showed up anyway. So, you know, we noticed and we're appreciative of your presence here. And I think you can see the appetite for your presence here. So thank you. Thank you for being here. Classified matters. We are working on classified hiring prioritization currently. We also had 8 proposals that have moved forward. The committee meets next week, I believe, on Friday to begin their rankings on that. Our fundraising committee met to discuss their spring fundraiser. I know we were talking about maybe bringing back the flocking, but I think we're leaning towards silent auction. So stay tuned for more information on that. And I also just want to thank you all for being here this evening. And yeah, that's the conclusion of the report.
Very good. Is Amanda Cannon here? Didn't think so. Okay, now we'll move on to 9.4, Interim Chancellor Tran.
All right, good evening, everyone. Thank you so much. It's great to be back. As I was driving through campus, it's beautiful. Everybody's so really warm, and it's just a great time for the fall at Columbia College. So thank you for the warm hospitality to our board trustee, to myself. With that, I would like to yield my time. I know we have several items, but our president, Red Wing, thank you. What I love is that I said when I went to Chad's office, I loved it so much. It has no trace of me. I say this is what it should be, a complete new identity of the president of Columbia College. So I'm very grateful for that, Chad. It looks great, like a new home. So, and everybody really worked together. So on that note, you go first with your report.
Thank you. Good evening, Yosemite Community College District trustees, President Richards, Chancellor Tran, along with district staff and visitors from MJC. Welcome to Columbia College. We're thrilled by your visit here to Tuolumne County, and thank you for your presence on our beautiful campus in the Sierra Nevada foothills, perfectly timed for the night before a big storm. In this month's letter to the board in your 285-page packet, I share more about a variety of college events, but I will emphasize a few this evening. For one, I shared more about the upcoming Spring 2026 Certified Nursing Assistant Training Program and our Phlebotomy Technician 1 cohort. And we are excited about these efforts coordinated by our own Yvette Moreno, Program Specialist of Healthcare Pathways. Columbia College's coordinated regional efforts to align educational opportunities with job demands in a variety of areas such as this help all kinds of students seek rapid certification and potential employment opportunities as a frame for further learning and professional development. Another example of our efforts in collaborating with a wide range of community partners is Columbia College's partnership with Keep Sierra Green and the 7-county Eastern Sierra California Jobs First initiative. Together with the Keep Sierra Green, we are offering electric vehicle charging station industry training program cohorts in February and March of 2026 at Columbia College. It is free of charge with hands-on technical training and open to all adults 18 and older. Special thanks to Sherry Rouchet, Rural Center Business Director, and Columbia College's own Brandon Price, Dean of Career Technical Education, and John Otterson, Grants Account Analyst, for their work in helping to offer this unique, free, and engaging learning opportunity for adults in the Eastern Sierra California Jobs First region. Kudos also to Career Center Transfer Program Technician at Columbia College, Mackenzie Steele, for coordinating a variety of career campus campouts. The October 28th campout focused on 3 key areas of study, including healthcare, forestry and natural resources, and business and entrepreneurship. Mackenzie reports that we are thrilled to report strong engagement with over 50 students attending and connecting with 14 subject matter experts, including representatives from 7 of our employer partner agencies, as well as dedicated Columbia College staff and faculty. Congratulations also to our culinary program, which hosted 30 high school teachers, November 7th through 9th, for their highly sought after professional development and outreach weekend. During the weekend, high school teachers engaged with our faculty for teaching demonstrations assisted by our culinary students. Visiting teachers also had an opportunity to have hands-on experience in the kitchen. The event is used to provide quality professional development and create relationships with high school teachers to provide a bridge for students to apply to Columbia College. Our current students enjoy assisting Chef Marcus, Chef Tori, and Chef Don with the event and seeing high school teachers again. The Teaching, Learning, and Community Committee hosted a human library on October 22nd on campus. This is the second year of a highly successful event. Faculty, staff, students, and community members volunteered to be human books to share stories about themselves. The purpose of this event has been to share our stories and connect with others in different ways to foster community on campus. This year we had 13 human books available for 3 hours. Many students took time to take part in the checkout of our human books, and shout out to Kimberly Pippa-Tonenson, instructor in arts, sciences, and human performance. Veterans Day celebrations went well with Tuolumne County Sheriff, Sonora Sunrise Rotary, local veteran organizations, and Columbia College's Fire Academy, and it included a $1,000 donation to us for a new graduation fire bell. In terms of upcoming events, our emergency operations team will coordinate a great evacuation drill on November 21st. Very excited to see how that goes. To practice how quickly and safely we can evacuate campus in case of either excessive snow accumulation or wildfire. Other events include Chancellor's Cabinet at Columbia College on November 18th, participation in the Sonora Holiday Parade on November 28th, a holiday party on December 3rd, and a basketball game on December 20th between Columbia College and MJC.
Yeah,
Oh.
that's on, everybody.
Yeah.
That is on.
Yeah,
There's t-shirts coming.
that's right. That's
Just
divided
kidding.
in half.
Yeah,
divided in
I don't know which color, both colors for the board and cabinet, but it's
Reversible.
coming,
We'll make
okay?
them reversible for the winner.
Yes.
All right. Good.
Pretty
So,
confident
yeah,
in your ability.
That's right. Yeah, it's a good team. It's a good team. Roughly 200,000 people live in the Eastern Sierra California Jobs First region. This is our kind of cohort. Nearly 75% of the land in our region is publicly owned. So as you've discovered on your visit tonight, our area is tenacious, unique, and unforgettable. But it's also good to visit other colleges and universities and make regional connections. This is why over the last month, there have been several initiatives out of the Office of the President to sponsor outreach events that have included students from Columbia College, Modesto Junior College, Stan State, and UC Merced, as well as Columbia College faculty, classified professionals, and administrators. So yes, it's good to get visitors. Thank you for your visit and for listening to this update. With under 10 people per square mile on average in the Central Sierras, we don't get a lot of company, but sure are happy when we do. And now to conclude my recent custom with a short anecdote of local history about Columbia College, what you're all waiting for. This comes straight from Professor of History at Columbia College, Shannon Van Zandt. She writes, when the Yosemite Community College District patented the land where Columbia College now stands, it wasn't empty. It was already home to a man named Leland Billy Goat Davis. Davis had been granted a lifetime residential lease on the property before the college even took ownership. So when the district received its land patent, they had to make a special exception. Leland Davis retained, quote, the right and interest for the life of said Leland B. Davis for residential occupancy. In other words, the college jumped his claim, but he stayed legally. So who was Billy Goat Davis? Professor Van Zandt continues. Leland Davis was born on August 21st, 1893 in Humboldt County. He spent his early years moving through small towns along California's north coast, driving teams, sweeping chimneys, ushering theaters, and mining. In 1916, he moved to Tuolumne County and worked for the Standard Lumber Company before deciding to try his hand at beekeeping. He bought 100 stands of bees and started an apiary. Then World War I hit. In 1918, Davis joined the Signal Corps, where he raised and trained homing pigeons for the U.S. government. His pigeons won many races, and students later remembered his living room filled with racing ribbons. Oh, I hate to do this. Cliffhanger. Stay tuned next month in Modesto at the next board meeting for the cliffhanger conclusion of the short local history of Leland Billy Goat Davis. For tonight, this concludes my report to the board.
Not cool, not cool at all.
There's a whole lot left. There's a whole lot left.
Okay, President Sanders, you gotta hit it home now. Give us a conclusion.
Well, I only brought a couple of pages. I'm looking at my
Sorry.
colleague here.
It's home territory.
It's home territory.
Yes, thank you for the story of Billy Goat Davis. Good evening. This evening, I'd like to run a few items of interest, and I'm going to do them in reverse chronological order for a change, chronological order. So today, we learned that the MJC football team is once again the champions of the Valley League for the 5th year in a row, with a record of 8-2 overall and 5-0 in the league. The team is currently ranked number 8 in the state and number 14 in the nation. And our first playoff game is coming up on Saturday, November 19th at MJC against the winner of Butte College versus Diablo Valley College. Our athletic director assures me that most of our sports are competing in the playoffs as well. So we're going to have lots of good victories to talk about. So yesterday, a group of MJC students, yesterday being the holiday, a group of MJC students and MJC and YCD employees, plus a few family members gathered downtown in the shadow of the library, then climbed aboard the MJC pirate ship, and we cruised down I Street for the Modesto Veterans Day Parade. We had a great time. We unloaded at 10th Street. Several of us attended the Veterans Day ceremony at the Gallo Center as well. And MJC's presence there continues to be very well regarded by the community. So we keep doing it, and it's really, we have a good time. On Monday, we shared our facilities master plan PowerPoint, the one that you folks reviewed in your last report, or in our last special session. And we shared that with College Council, which is beginning that process of gathering input prior to finalizing that plan. Constituent leaders were enthusiastic about what they saw in the plan, and they felt that the architectural team had done a good job of incorporating their input that was received in earlier planning meetings. Copies of the revised campus plot maps will be placed in the Student Center Rotunda on East Campus and the Yosemite Hall lobby on West Campus. And we're circulating an electronic version with a survey as well for people to gather their input and share their input with us. Also on Monday, as you heard earlier, ASMJC officially returned to governance committees at MJC with the arrival of President Celeste Randolph to our College Council meeting. So welcome back to ASMJC. All right, we're back to Monday, but now we're at Sunday. So on Sunday, we learned that the MJC livestock judging team once again thrived, this time in Kentucky at the 52nd annual North American International Livestock Exposition. The team won first high overall with high team in 4 out of 5 breeds. Excellent. Great performances by students Matthew Pacheco, Maddie Zwiegman, Michael Mull, and Michaela Silvera. And Professor Nicole Morris guided them to yet another win. She's amazing. On Saturday, hundreds of friends of the School of Agriculture gathered in the pavilion for the annual harvest party, and a good time was had by all. Delicious food, dozens of auctions items, dancing, and great music. Lucas, you would have loved it. I even got to taste a $50 Oreo truffle when my friend purchased a plate of 10 for $500 and shared them around. And that was cheap compared to some of the other desserts that were sold. And then lastly, on Thursday and Wednesday, again going backwards in order last week, Beam Circular hosted the BioCirca, BioCircular California conference at CSU Stanislaus. And this was a great gathering of innovators and educators in the bioindustrial manufacturing arena. MJC leaders from the School of Science, Engineering, and Mathematics and our MESA program students and leaders were in attendance, and they were giving presentations from the platform. Our students spoke eloquently about their research projects, and there were also some cool pitch sessions where innovative ideas were shared. So the remainder of my activities are in your written report. Thank you for your interest and support.
What date is the thing?
November 29th. The playoff will be the 29th.
Oh, okay.
So you said the
19.
19, so
I was like,
Well, that's because I read a 1 instead of a 2.
well, he was too excited.
No,
So
it's
thank you.
not.
Thank you, Brian. Well, we'll coordinate. There will be t-shirts. All right, everyone. Thank you so much, Brian, for that. This time, we'd like to get an update on the annual security report, both for MJC and Columbia College. Thank you, Roland. Come on down.
President Richards,
board members, chancellor, vice chancellors. I know I'm last, but this is a very important topic. Keeping our students and our community safe. So without any further ado, before I go into the slide presentation, I'd like to say a few words. The report is a product of numerous efforts at 2 colleges, 3 campuses, a considerable part of which is due to great partnerships across various fronts, including our law enforcement partners, fire services, community neighbors, and partners within the district and colleges. Lastly, and more importantly, our dispatchers and our officers do the work day in and day out, 365 days per year. In 2022, our Cleary statistical information, we had 1 MJC East report. In 2023, we had 1 Columbia College report and 1 MJC East report. In 2024, we had no incidents to report. I will add that so far this year, we've had 2, 1 at MJC East and 1 in Columbia. The takeaways that we could take with this report is, this is important to note. This information that I'm giving you is just short information. The book is pretty thick, but the important part to know is that it's on the websites. It's on the Columbia website, it's on the MJC website, and it's on the district website. Programs that are important, behavior intervention, safety escorts, workplace violence prevention, emergency response, and notifications and training. All of these things contribute to the numbers that we get, the low numbers. It's an effort, it's partnerships, it's everybody included in keeping the campuses safe. For next year, what's important to note, we had to include, and it's important, inclusion of Hazing Act statistics, and that'll be in the 2026 report. To include reporting, prevention, policies, and for the future, and what we continue doing day in and day out, working with the colleges, working with the presidents, going to different meetings, working with law enforcement and fire services at both campuses, working with IT. This is very important, not only working with the cameras, but working for access control and also the alarm systems. And that's really important because that contributes to the low numbers that we get in our report. Ongoing training. Training is very important. In-service Institute Week workshops. And this is really important. We're doing it at both campuses. Tabletop exercises for active shooter training. And here at Columbia, when it snows, what kind of processes do you have? What's the notification systems? So all these things that I'm mentioning, we continue to work on. And of course, we updated the emergency plan. And we'll continue to do what we can and get better at what we do. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak to everyone tonight. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on, number 9.5, administrative procedures, and 9.6, travel report and our administrative for your information only. Now move on to board comments. Trustee Gutierrez, any board comments?
Yeah, recently Red Wing has taken me and a few other students to UC Merced and to Stan State, and we've had some pretty unique experiences. We've gone to a research lab at UC Merced where we got to see how they're trying to identify microplastics in just water supplies and other places as well. It's pretty cool. I'm not sure how far we're getting because it's really confusing. And then we went to Stan State where we met Winona LaDuke, and a UN representative that I don't remember the name of. Will Davis, yes. And oh yeah, Winona LaDuke has offered me an internship for next summer in Minnesota at the largest indigenous reservation in the U.S. and we'll be yeah maybe, but yeah, I'll hopefully be working on crop advising for hemp for canvas production, not cannabis, canvas as in the textiles. But yeah, that'll be really fun. Hopefully she reaches back out. But she reached out once, but I need a reply. And yeah, I think that'd be really cool. And I think a conversation I'd like to have is right now, obviously there's SNAP cuts in the government, and we'll be seeing that affect our students. And I definitely want to see how we can work on this, possibly subsidizing our meals on our campuses. A dollar or two off is really important to all of our students. It doesn't matter, but and also to increase our acceptance to our basic needs resources so that we're not limiting our students, and we're being more accessible by making sure we have all their languages present so that they can easily access the information and process their information, because we have a large variety, different demographics of students that have different requirements, and especially Farsi. We at MJC, it's very difficult to kind of translate all of our material so that our students who speak Farsi are able to complete the process on their own without having to get a translator. Yeah. Oh yes, our BSU club is reinstated at MJC, which is great. They're finally back, and then also they're also working through the Rise Up Center as well. And I spoke with a senator from ASMJC, and we definitely want to take initiatives to include halal food. It has been a discussion for like the past year, but we definitely want to take more initiative on it to make it a reality and to ensure that there's proper practices that would take place if we were to instate this. And oh yes, the issues with our male disproportionates. I think we should try looking at how we can affect societal issues first, because how can we as a college really affect what society is perpetuating? I think that's kind of a difficult thing that we have to try solving, but that's definitely an initiative we can try taking. And I see great initiative by both colleges to bring students onto our colleges, but I think another initiative is to go ourselves to those high schools, because not every student has the capability to come to our colleges. So meet them where they're at right now. So I think that'd be pretty cool. Let's see. I got a whole bunch of stuff written. Oh, Rosalinda Vieira, the uh, the staff at the Ag Success Hub. She's been great at advocating for the scholarship applications. She actually reminded me, and I think we should try promoting scholarship writing workshops, because a lot of students don't know how to promote themselves, and it's kind of awkward saying that, oh, I did this and you should give me a scholarship because I did this or something happened to me, because not everyone's comfortable telling about themselves. So definitely having workshops that are pushed out through success networks. Yeah. Thank you.
Trustee Garrett, anything?
Well, I guess we're doing future agenda items
Come
and
back.
then,
I changed the order.
well, you changed the order.
Just wanted to see if you're catching up.
Well, I can do it all in one take.
Very good.
I promise I won't take as much time as others have. So, future agenda, I want to follow up on what Professor Von Epps talked about. I want to see if the college presidents can come up with some collaboration with the high schools. And if truly we can't do it, let's find a way to do it anyway at the high school level. Because I have no faith in the idiots under the big white dome. You know, you can talk to them all day long, but yeah, it's just not going to get you much. They think they're the experts when they're not, but that could be a whole study session. And let's see, I want to thank, so for my comments, first I want to thank Optimism One for the honor and privilege of appearing before himself and his exec and rep council for YFA. It's been a while, but I had a great time. Didn't get any parking tickets, thank you. So it was fabulous. And we talked about a lot of things. I was really impressed with the questions that were thrown out by your rep council and exec team. So thank you for that. Finally, how many people have heard of Lone Pine, California? A lot? Yeah. So I bring that up because I recently spent a week there. There's a family tie with my wife on her mom's side. Her mom grew up there. But I bring it up because I think it's relevant to, especially down in the Central Valley, on water issues. So it's ironic to me that when you travel in that area, that prior to World War I, the 1920s was a viable agricultural area. There's an internment camp there, not part of their greatest history or the U.S. history, but a camp called Manzanar, and that's Spanish for apple orchards. So it was covered with this large, abundant orchard and ag industry. And then along came the city of Los Angeles because they needed water. So they surreptitiously, through probably not the most appropriate means, gathered up all the water rights in the Owens Valley. And you would think that a group of people to this day, this was the most shocking when you look around the community, you would think that a group of people from the Los Angeles community that pride themselves on the environment and people's rights, and especially the rights of indigenous people, there's 2 tribes that are from the Owens Valley, you'd think they would care. No, they don't care. 65% of their water still comes from the Owens Valley and the Eastern Sierra watershed. So pretty much all the agriculture in that area has been dead for over 100 years and remains that way because the city of Los Angeles. How is that relevant to us? Well, if they continue down the path they're going, 1,400 square miles of ag land in the Central Valley will be taken out of production because they will have taken our water and shipped it down to the southern part of the state. So if we don't start standing up for ourselves now, 20, 30 years from now, the Central Valley is going to look a lot different. And they don't care. They don't care what it does to our economy. They don't care what it does to indigenous people. They don't care what it does to the people that have made their lives in the Central Valley. They'll just, if they get their water, they're happy with that. So I think it's time that if you haven't looked at the Owens Valley and see how relevant it is to today and the water fight that's going to go on, and the whole debate about crops and rotating crops, that's a whole separate issue that I think needs to be looked at. But when it comes to strictly looking at water rights, this is an important issue. And if we don't start standing up for ourselves, we're going to end up down the road, we're going to end up looking just like the Owens Valley. And it's atrocious. The water is so bad there that there's a little town called Keeler. The city of Los Angeles had to get sued to provide drinking water that comes in the form of bottled water to every household once a week. So it's atrocious. So something to look into. And if you're a film buff, right outside of town is an area called the Alabama Hills. The majority of all Westerns from the 20s all the way into the early 60s were filmed in the Alabama Hills. And if you're a sci-fi person, Star Trek, the latest Iron Man movies, all filmed right there in the Alabama Hills. So there's some interesting film history there as well. So I'll get off my soapbox now. Thank you.
Trustee Aguilar, comments, future agenda items? Trustee Davis? Trustee Beggs?
I can vouch for how great the harvest party was. And you would have liked the dancing. I have found our lobbying group to be great. They're great to work with. They give good advice. We were effective with our last project with them. We sent a letter. We got the changes, some of the changes we want. I don't think we got everything, but we got a lot. So as far as amending or ending AB 1705, 705, I think that's something maybe we need, the board as a whole needs to vote on it, but I think that we
Yep.
should talk to them.
Very good. But still, they do
Yeah.
that. Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else, Les?
Nope, that's it for me.
Okay, I want to thank you all for hosting us. This is a great turnout. Sorry it took us a while to get here. We had some challenges. The next regular meeting of the Board of Trustees will be held, please note, Friday, December 12th, 2025. The closed session will begin at 3, open session at 5:30 in the Yosemite Community College Boardroom, 2000 Blue Gum Avenue. We're adjourned at 7:39.